How's it going? Almost a mil? Yeah, in about a year. I'm still at 840,000 as you can see at the top left. Well, not even, but almost. Maybe today. We'll see. Found a player from Mali and looked pretty legit. Well, people can just change their flag. I'm not sure how people do it, but they're able to just like change their profile to whatever flag they want to be. There was an ad. That does happen sometimes. I have like two bugs on my TV, and it's like halfway across the room. It's like annoying me. I should probably like get a fly swatter or something. I don't know what they'd be attracted to because I don't like have any food in this room. And I assume the profile? No, I don't keep track of like every profile. Because you saw me post a subreddit of active players of the country. Yeah, I haven't done that in a while though. And I haven't actually kept track of player profiles in quite a bit. And the reason for that is I can pretty much pick between levels or players, and so I will have to allocate like my resources between each from time to time, and then sometimes I just forget about it. So I haven't really updated the player one in a while. But I don't know. Maybe I might do that like next month or something. We'll see. Never seen that Ukraine player I mentioned? They might have changed their flag, who knows? Dude, why can't I crouch? What the heck? There we go. Nice. Yo, how's it going? Hyper appeal. Dude, that was weird. I couldn't like crouch for like a hot like 10 seconds. Or ground pound. So yeah, guys, you might not believe this, but I actually played Super Expert today, just off stream. Not this game, but the other game, SMM1. Because I'm trying to unlock all the costumes, and I kind of forgot about it. And I guess you have to do it 5 times. And I beat it once, so 4 more, I guess. That's the only thing left I need to do to unlock everything in that game. But who knows, maybe I might stream the other 4 at some point. I did stream Expert a couple days ago, when I was unlocking all those costumes, because you have to play Expert like 35 times. So if you guys want to see me play hard levels, go look at the VODs. I can hold my own. Brother just hit you across the jaw and now it feels out of place. What am I supposed to do about that? That's what I'm saying. Keep on finding these annoying bugs crawling across my TV screen. I don't know what's going on there. Like, I don't have any food in this room. So, like, occasionally I'll, like, get up between levels and smack them. I hope I don't have fruit flies. That sucks. Which, again, doesn't make sense because I don't have food in this room. But I had fruit flies once when I was in college, and that sucked. They were just, like, all over the bathroom. There is something Kay can say about him that will get him banned from anyone's stream. Wait, what? I mean, he gives me money sometimes. Oh, you can say. I don't really want to ban people who just give me money. Unless they do something very, very bad. To me. Not to someone else. Well, I mean, at least if it's in my chat, then yeah, to someone else, but... You know what I mean. I tried to talk Raze into playing a SMM1, doing exactly what I'm doing, unlocking all the costumes in the game. So we'll see if he wants to do it, because apparently he doesn't have all the costumes yet. The mystery mushrooms. I keep calling it costumes, because that's SMM2, but it's mystery mushrooms. Me of all people. I don't know, I'm less inclined to ban someone when they give me money. Unless they do something really stupid in TTS, then yeah, they will get banned. I mean, obviously, you know, I just adhere to normal Twitch etiquette, and we're good. As most people do when they give me money. Yeah, we have to redo this. Oh my god. Whatever. I mean, I can't even get the record on this level anyway. I might as well just take it safe. World record is frame perfect. He's younger than you, and you're not 18. Well, free money is free money. Again, don't tell me your guys' ages. Or just in general, that's like not a good thing to just like throw out on the internet like someone's age, especially if you're not 18. I don't even like say my age that often, if ever. And I'm way over 18. I will tell you my RuneScape account's age. That's actually 18. It's kind of funny to say, but yeah, I generally am more accepting of people who are older than my RuneScape account. Yeah, come to think of it, my MapleStory account is only a couple months younger than my RuneScape account. The same year, I think, 2005. The fact that I still come around to both of those games, Maple and RuneScape, like 18 years later, that's how good those games are to me. Although obviously I've, messed around with Maple more often than RuneScape. I mean, I don't think I've ever done a RuneScape stream. My old username was Tails with a Z, because, Sonic from Tails, and then space 2K5. That's how young I was. And edgy. And on Game FAQs, I called myself Tails 2007, and I recently, as in like 3 or 4 years ago, was able to appeal my name change to D Steves. You passed me in YouTube subscribers? Okay. I mean, I don't really like post any YouTube videos. My frequency of YouTube posts are very minimal. Although I still do want to get to 1,000, just because I want to get monetized. And I don't really have incentive. It's like a never-ending cycle. I don't have incentive to like post on YouTube because I don't have money, but I need to get to 1,000 subs to make money on YouTube. Yeah, I had a video that blew the hell up. I think it got like I don't know how much it got, but it did pretty well. It was like my Maple Story all characters video, which for some reason did very well for some reason. I think I'm gonna upload my Mario vs. Donkey Kong VOD if I remember to do it though, because that's pretty simple to post. That game's pretty short. Although, honestly, it's like the same length as like Mario Wonder almost. Like 2 hours shorter, maybe. So, 100%. But, yeah, eventually I'll get around to it. I do have a lot on my plate, though. I have, well, this game, of course, as always. I have Mario Maker 1. I need to beat 4 more Super Expert runs to have all the costumes in the game. And the, like, Fly Swatter game on hard mode or something like that. But that, I don't think that's time gated. Like, the other thing is. Peach game. Peach game could be fun. I think that's coming out this month. South Park game, maybe I might check out. I might do all those in April, maybe. I don't know. Mario Maker 1, though, is priority because that's going away in April. And yeah, all I have left is 4 more Super Expert runs, so that's 24 levels of suffering. I already got through 6 of them, so yeah, I can finish a Super Expert run. I just need to do it 4 more times. Oh yeah, and Maple Dailies I have to upkeep still. So yeah, I'm just gonna be like a slave to like multiple games. But yeah, I played Mario Maker 1 off stream, the Super Expert run that I did, the single one, just to make sure I could do it. And yeah, Super Expert is Super Expert, so I just fucking hate it. I had my run though, my first run, I had a 60 life run where I was 5 levels done. And I was on the 6th level, but that 6th level sucked. Like I kept skipping over and over and over again, and I was not getting anything good. And then finally, with like 11 lives left, yeah, I spent 50 lives on a single level. I was able to pass it. I was like biting my nails at that point. I don't know how I was able to do 5 levels in 40 lives, and then one level costs me 50 lives, but yeah, that's just how it is. The last level, of course. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Thank you for following.
How's it going, man? The game don't sound, bro. That's because I don't have it turned on. I have the music turned on for my off, or I mean my YouTube, my mix sort of thing. But yeah, I turned game sounds off like 5 years ago. Just because, I played, I don't know, 840,000 levels. I feel like the game sounds would be extremely repetitive if I just kind of had them on. But hopefully you can still hear the music, right? Not the in-game music, but the one that I have. I promise you it will be a much more pleasant experience. What the heck is going on with my controller? I don't think it's calibrated right. I might have to go into the options and reset it. Give me a sec, I'm going to be in options for just a second, and I don't want to show valuable information. Can't even calibrate it. What's going on there? I think I just need to unplug and replug. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. What the? What the hell just happened there? What was that level? Is this order? Maybe. You know, it could be order if more people gave me money and TTS happened. I play SMM2 full time. I just played Mario vs. Donkey Kong the other day and some Maple Story yesterday. So. But mostly I play SMM2. Like, I think probably like 90% of my content is SMM2. And you're drunk but you're 5 years old? That's not healthy. Speaking of which, I need to go to the grocery store and get some more booze. You also got one on expert today. You're a PWO. Where do you? Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Oh, pro. You also got one what? I don't know what you're quantifying. Oh, your score. Gotcha. Like how many clears you got. I was like, what? One what? And just kind of clicked. I also don't know what the 12 Alex just incident is. Yeah, 22 on Super Expert, nice. And I still have to beat 24 more Super Expert levels in Mario Maker 1 so I can unlock all the costumes, so that's the only thing I have to do left. But yeah, I busted out one, and I had a pretty decent run. Like, I think I got down to like 60 lives with the first 5 levels, but then the last level sucked ass and ate like 50 of those 60 lives and dropped me down to 11 lives, but I still beat it. But I was biting my nails with that last level. I was like, why can't I beat this last level? I kept skipping too. Try to do expert endless because it doesn't look that hard and you can do it, but it's just Kaizo blocks and stupid things that you keep dying to. Yeah, I just played 35 expert level runs. Well, I did some of them on stream the other day. If you want to take a look at that VOD, that's the rare instance of me playing expert on stream. But I actually got through all required expert runs to get all the costumes in Mario Maker 1. So I'm happy about that. Now I just need to finish Super Expert and I'll be done so with that game. Other than the Fly Swatter minigame, which I haven't done yet, the hard mode one. So I need to do that one. And then that's all of them. Other than an event costume, which I can't even get because it's unobtainable because they erased the level. So that one's permanently ungettable, unfortunately. Shaun the Sheep. Oh yeah, mid-stream, like this stream, I updated my description in my profile. Yeah, thanks for the follow, appreciate it.
Thank you for following.
So hopefully people will read that. Yeah, the 810 and Endless Easy. Nice, you're getting there. Hello, different color to you. Wait, why do you have, like, 2 accounts? What's the point of that? Are y'all the same person? Trying to get a medal, but you don't know which one's the easiest? Well, I mean, one's time consuming, one's not. Technically, the easy one is the easiest, but it is time consuming. It's at the cost of
Thank
it
you for
taking time to do.
following.
But if you want the one that's the least time consuming, probably first clears, maybe? I'm not sure. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Guys, we're almost at 3,000 followers. I keep saying this after like months, but we'll get there. But yeah, I don't know any other recommendations. Okay, why do you have multiple accounts? I hope you're all not the same person.
Thank you for following.
Because I don't want to get in trouble for fake engagement, you know what I mean? I've gotten in trouble already. A false... I've gotten a false, whatever you call it, purple screen thing happening to me. False positive, yeah, that's the one. Because of that. Where basically they turned off my ads for like 2 weeks. That's happened like multiple times too, but now it hasn't happened in a couple months, so I'm at least happy about that. Yeah, I said first clears was the least time consuming, probably. Easy endless, obviously, because it's easy levels might be easy, and along with that, total clears. But that is time consuming. You specified easiest, not what one takes the least amount of time. Those are 2 different questions. And honestly, total clears is probably easier than easy, endless, because you can cheese it a little bit. I wouldn't recommend it, but I mean, you could just do like free clears a bunch, I guess, if you find them all. I'm not gonna help you with that though. Are you going specifically for the rank 1 costume? Is that why you're asking? Because in that case, yeah, weekly rank 1 is the way to go. Because, I mean, the people who are rank 1, me being 3 of those for the other categories, but permanent categories, are, you can't really catch up to them probably ever. It's going to take you at least 5 years, probably. And even then, I'm still playing anyways, so by the time you get to where I'm at, I mean, I'll probably be even farther, right? I was gonna say like normal and first players are probably the easiest ones to get rank 1 in, but that normal rank 1 guy I think kind of took off. So, rip that. Maybe first players. I don't think that guy's like really grinding too hard. But yeah, if you want a permanent rank 1, then first players is probably the easiest one to go for. RAP normal rank 1? You mean the hopes of getting it? I think the rank 1 is doing fine. The actual person. Expert's also kind of dead-ish, right? Super Expert has some competition though, to my understanding. It has like at least like 3 plus players in the running for rank 1. But it is Super Expert, so you have to deal with BS constantly and probably rip your dick off in the process. Dude, Sep was so close to being the first person to hit 100k, and then he just stopped playing, and then Richard just did it for him. And then I'm pretty sure Sep like lost most of his motivation to play. I heard it was like health issues or something like that with his hand. Not really sure. What are I going to eventually get to 1 mil? What am I going to do if I hit 1 mil? Is that what you mean? I don't know. It's like a year from now. Ask me like 9 months from now. Do you know what you're going to be doing like a year from now? Also, maybe it's best to not share it because then that would ruin the surprise, right? Also, that's just another excuse for me to just not figure it out yet. TBH. might do like a cam stream and like get like a bottle of champagne or something like that. I think that'd be dope. And then open it up and spill it all over myself when I hit 1 mil. I think that'd be kind of funny. I don't know. Ask them. I'm not the one who likes them. I have nothing to do with them. That was loud. Well, you know, I'm drinking something. Long jumping faster than running. Are you talking about 3D World? So, in order to go the fastest, you have to stay in air as long as you can. It doesn't matter if you long jump or regular jump; they're like the same speed. But you have to stay in air for as much as possible. So the second you touch the ground in 3D World, jump again. For some reason, air travel is faster than ground travel, specifically in 3D World. And yeah, it doesn't matter if you long jump or not. Long jumping is faster only initially, and then they are the same speed after that. So that's why whenever I play 3D World levels, like not quite this one yet, but you'll see me just constantly in air when I get to a flat spot like this. So this is the ideal way to travel, or I could travel like this and go the same speed. Yeah, there's like drag when you're running in 3D World. Also see me bob my head on the ground on frame 1. That's efforts for me to save a frame or two. Yeah, tapping's rough. I actually don't have a backlit keyboard on my laptop, so it's sometimes I mess up. Yeah, pretty much. Although it is March, so I have hair until April 1, when I won't have hair. Again, my whole shaving schedule revolves around me doing it every 2 months for my scalp, on an even numbered month on the first day of the month. So you'll know my exact time I will be bald again. April 1, June 1, August 1, October 1, December 1, February 1, and April 1 again. It's just easy for me to remember to do it then. Does anyone use any of the rewards? Yeah, I see it once in a while. Like, people nut often in my stream. You just gotta save up the channel points by just watching. Also, you get channel points faster if you're a sub. The Mario Maker one's so weird. The SMW goalpost, you can actually like go through it, and only the tape has hitboxes to clear the level, which throws me off sometimes. You had that very specific endless easy one you run yesterday. Damn. Yeah, I get repeats a lot. So I turned off the audio for like a half second. Didn't mean to scare you guys. One factorial. That's just one. Oh yeah, the one exception to the whole you gotta stay airborne rule to go fast in 3D World is stars. Stars, I think, are just faster on the ground. Kind of weird how they programmed it, but okay. I'm half hoping that an SMM3 3D World won't be a thing anymore. I hope that's just an SMM2 thing. I just don't like 3D World that much. It's just slow, dude. Hot take. Or maybe if there is a 3D World, at least change how the speed works. With that said, if people want to get in farm world records, if they know what they're doing, 3D World is the easiest one to get world records in. Just because of how weird the mode is. And yeah, basically, as long as you know that you have to just be airborne constantly, like, it's easy world records. Thought I was going to have to do a midair with a spring? Wait, what level? I'm I'm getting used to midairs in SMM1, which I'm required to do for some of the levels I need to do in expert and super expert. It's a lot different than SMM2's midairs. Oh, well, I just played? Yeah, it's called a title screen. You know, I could really go for a Subway sandwich for some reason right about now, but unfortunately it's 1:30 in the morning right now. I haven't had one in a couple months, so I just had this like weird craving. Yeah, I joined the club. I just beat the heck out of Expert yesterday. In SMM1 at least. Actually, no, a couple days ago. All I have to do is 35 runs, so I beat 35 times 16 levels, whatever that is. I didn't do it all in one day, I did it in like 2 days though. So I played really fast. As per usual. Like I do in easy. Yeah, 35 times 16 is 560 levels, and I did that in 2 days. So, not too bad. Dude, I hate levels like this. Get out of here. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Thank you for following.
Nice, but it could be higher, you know. I think I've been following like a channel, like a specific channel for like 10 years now. Actually, technically it is. That's not my fault. Yeah, this guy might get banned. I wonder why he's gonna get banned. There was one thing I had on my mind though, just very off topic, but Australia related, or I guess Southern Hemisphere related. How does summer break work for school? Is it like you get an extended break for December, or do you only get 2 weeks off for December, like late December, and then you get like your super long break in like June or something like that? Because I mean, how it works up here is yeah, as I described. December and January off. That's when your summer is, gotcha. So then you have a very short break in like June or something? Is that how that works? That's like, I don't know, like 2 weeks long? 3 weeks, okay. Yeah, that's weird. So then you get a spring break in like October for like a week. Why can't I beat this? There we go. Yeah, well, my school started at 7:10 in the morning when I went to high school. And I had swim practice before school. So I actually had to be at the swim place at like 4:30 in the morning. Uh-huh. In fact, my friend was so confused one day that he accidentally showed up at my house to pick me up at 2:30 in the morning once. That's how fucked up that was.
Thank you for following.
Yo, how's it going, Mike's? Can't sleep, oof. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night either. I'd be at work at 10 a.m. It's 4:11 right now. Nice. And you must be in East Coast. You have insomnia, so you can't sleep well either. I mean, I used to kind of have insomnia, but no, just very specifically, Last night I just had trouble sleeping. Usually, if I really need to sleep, I'll just drink beer a lot, and then I'll just be naturally tired. That's how I remedy that. I wouldn't recommend it though, but yeah. I mean, you can drink beer, you can wank, you can do whatever, I guess. Those are a couple ways to fall asleep. I know, not very PG, but... This is my recommendation. I mean, both the things I listed just make you more naturally tired. With the drinking thing, girls even have it easier because they get drunk faster, so... yeah. I don't know how it works for wanking, but... Wait, what did you miss? I'm just giving my advice for how to fall asleep if you have insomnia. Not exactly the most PG answers, but hey, it works. I had to let cats in the room. Smoke 420 over here, and you got a mushroom disposable cartridge that helps with sleep. Well, whatever works, I suppose. Drinking is bad for you. I'm like immune to the effects of drinking, pretty much. Like I have not thrown up from drinking in many years. It just makes me tired. So it's doing its job, I guess. I don't even get like drunk or anything like that when I drink. It just feels nice, I suppose. Like if I was full on drunk, I would not be able to play any game at all, right? Stuck behind ads, but yeah, uh, it's a lot of levels beaten. It sure is. Well, if you don't like ads, I mean, there is one other option out there, you know. Although I'm telling you this now during ads, so you can't even hear it. So, someone will have to repeat that for me. Oh yeah, I talk about adult topics here. I mean, I literally am not a child-friendly streamer. I've already mentioned this. So, I'm literally not catering to minors. I'm not trying to be a good influence to minors. This is a literal mature audience stream, so I am, yeah, that is not what I'm going for here. Also, it's kind of your fault that you don't have headphones on. But yeah, don't take that upon me. At least I have the courtesy to mark it as a maturity audience stream, you know, and talk about the things I talk about. I mean, hey, if he gives me money, though, you can lie about his age all he wants. Also, yeah, I would assume that your parents probably wouldn't like me anyways because I'm atheist, I bet. And you said you have a very religious background. Also, they probably wouldn't like me because didn't you like stand up to them recently because of me or because of my words or something like that? Is there an age that even if they still give me money, would I still ban them? Maybe like 12? I don't know. I think the minimum age for Twitch is 13, right? I literally reported people. I used my database on Twitch to report accounts that were under 13 years old. And I think I actually got them banned. So I have this database, but you know, I can read people's descriptions. Like, I can, like, search descriptions, or, like, if people type 12 years old in their description, I can report that to Twitch, and then get them banned. I don't get anything for it, but I do think it's kind of funny. Yeah, less religious people, in my experience, tend to be a lot more relaxed about the stuff I say. And less uptight, if you know what I mean. Just in my personal experience. It will report his age. Is he under 13 years old? I mean, I shouldn't be asking this question, but yeah, that sounds like he is. Probably don't give me money at that point if you're not even eligible to be on Twitch in the first place at all. I mean, there's one thing for not being eligible to be in my own chat, you know, with the mature audience tag, but then just not even being able to be on Twitch in general because of Twitch's own TOS. I think that's another layer to that. Also, that's kind of dirty if I'm getting money from someone who's like 12 years old. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I'm at least okay with teens doing it, because at least they have some, quote-unquote, some, maturity. But minors that are, like, in their 12s or 11s or preteens, I don't know. That's just kind of wrong. But again, I'm not the one telling him to give me money, I guess. I mean, if he's giving me his money, that's on his own accord. Yeah, but to be fair, teens aren't that much better. Well, there you go, I guess. I'm surprised he's even allowed to have Twitch gift cards, given he's not allowed to be on the platform with Twitch's own TOS. That should probably be noted. I mean, teenage girls can also be very, very cruel, okay? So it's not just like a certain gender. I mean, both. So no matter what. No one's a particular saint. It has nothing to do with biology. I don't know, are you old enough to drink yet? That's my layer of responsibility. There's no proving oneself other than the passage of time itself. Like, there are some stupid adults out there, but at that point, it's kind of their fault. You know what I mean? But at least they've have had enough experience with their life to be old enough, I guess. I don't know. Also, adults, just like, I don't ever like experience any drama when it comes to adults, like, at all. Um, it's not something I really have to worry about. While with teenagers, yeah, they cause trouble. In the past, they have caused trouble in my chat, specifically. Multiple. Well, there you go, I guess. I mean, I didn't really try for a job when I was a teenager. I just kind of enjoyed my years and did a bunch of sports and didn't really have time for a job anyways. The only job I ever technically worked was after college, actually. Like I wouldn't say formal job, but um, I worked as a cook for a couple months. And this is my job, technically, because I am making money from it, streaming on Twitch. But I don't really, like, in terms of, like, employers, I've only had my job as a cook, employer. Otherwise, I've been just making my own money on my own pace. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird that your parents, like, don't approve of the things that I'm saying, yet they're funding me. I don't know how to think about that. They don't know who you're donating to? Well, yeah, I don't think Twitch was even a thing when I was a teen. Like, I just had MapleStory, and I spent, like, probably $1,000 as a teen on MapleStory. Like, Twitch was not a thing at the time, and YouTube didn't have any payment options either, so I didn't have to worry about that as a teen. I think it's going to raise, I guess. But I do work with Raise directly on projects. Although I haven't done anything with him in a while. He hasn't, like, called upon me quite a bit. I'm always up for doing this stuff, so if, like, you know, if he's down, you know. Another thing about that is, at least I'm like honest, right? At least I speak my mind. Like I'm not trying to like dupe you guys or anything like that. Like when I say the stuff I say, even if it is vulgar, you know, I just speak my mind. Like if people genuinely want like recommendations for stuff, like the sleep thing I was talking about earlier, even if it's inappropriate, that's genuinely like, you know, what I would recommend. And obviously, like for drinking, for example, don't overdo it if your body can't handle it. But like, you know, a little bit of alcohol won't kill you. You know what I mean? But obviously, don't do that as a minor because that's probably not legal. But I'm giving adult recommendations because this is an adult channel. Well, I mean, you can officially say that when you come of age, right? You just have to wait long enough. I mean, hey, I was a kid too once. Again, when I was a kid, Twitch wasn't even a thing, so I didn't even have to worry about that. So, when I was a teen, Twitch wasn't a thing. Meanwhile, like I said, I was playing RuneScape and MapleStory in my teens, and that's all I had for social interaction online. Back then, like, Ray William Johnson was a thing. Tobuscus. The good old pre-Twitch days. But yeah, early into my adulthood, I guess the creatures. You probably never heard of these guys, have you? I'm gonna pee after this next level, I really have to do that. Also gonna go grab food from the kitchen. But that should only take like an additional like 15 seconds. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. I grabbed some pizza snack rolls and a chimichanga. Should be good for the night. Without a god, how can we confirm that there is good or bad? Easy, just have morals. I mean, good and bad is relative, not absolute. So, one person's good and one person's bad are different from another person's good and another person's bad. Although, most people at least try to align themselves together, right? But yeah, do you honestly think that there's some, like, bearded individual that's, like, 50 feet tall or something, just, like, floating in the sky? I don't know, that kind of sounds like bullshit. And that he's, like, constantly judging you for some reason? That sounds fucked up. He loves you, but he's constantly judging you and determines if you go into a certain afterlife? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. That sounds contradictory, even. Thank you. I can't be crazy for saying that, right? My dad calls himself a pastafarian, just to mock religion. we we humans are the ones that developed language in the first place, and eventually we got to the point where we conveyed what is good and what is bad. We didn't have a god for that. We don't need no books for that. Exactly. Anything said about a god can't be crazy because you don't think there will ever be scientific proof against or for the existence of the god. Yeah. Oh yeah? Well, what if I told you I was God? Okay, you can't disprove that I. You can't disprove that I'm not God, right? So technically, I could be your God, right? So you best behave, or I'll send you to the other world or something like that. I don't know. You can't disprove that I'm not a God, right? That's the same logic. If there is an existence of a God, then you can't disprove that I'm not the God, right? Like, sure, I'm in human form, right? But, I mean, can you really disprove that I'm not some omniscient being? I obviously aren't. Okay, prove that I'm not God. Without using but you just aren't as a disapproval thing, you know. Also, another thing that's like kind of bothering me about the whole God thing is like, okay, like humans have their own set of morals, right? What about other animals? Like, how do they go to heaven or not, right? Like they just live off of instinct. Like you can't like blame a dog for like I don't know being bad. I guess that's
Thank
just
you
kind of
for
how like they grew up.
following.
Yeah, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Why would I not use my powers? Why should I? I don't have to do anything for anyone, right? I'm fucking God. You can't tell me what to do. Yep. Yeah, if God exists, why does COVID exist too? What was going on with that? In terms of me not solving people's problems like that, for example, what I just listed, maybe I'm just an asshole. I don't know. Humans didn't start COVID. I'm pretty sure animals did. And then we picked up their disease and then we spread it. Yeah, it kind of seems fucked up that he likes to watch people suffer. Maybe he gets off on it. Well, then maybe he has a lot less control than you think he does. And isn't that the whole point of God, to have like just absolute control over everything? Creation of the fucking universe, that sort of thing. Again, the whole concept behind sin is absolutely relative. Like, what one people considers a sin is different to what another person considers a sin. There's no like absolute, definite moral like high ground or whatever. But most people will say that yeah, like killing other people fucking is not good. For example. Well, unless you're like I don't know, what was that one tribe that the Sentinels or something like that. To them, they don't like have a set of morals. They're like a couple of thousand years in the past, or I don't know. And they're technically human, right? They live off of an island, I think near India or something like that. But yeah, they will pretty much kill anyone who comes in contact with their island. And to them, killing is fine and justifiable. Same thing with like a pack of wolves, right? They'll kill you. They don't have any morals. Yeah, another thing is, do all sharks go to hell just because they kill people? Just because they're like born that way? So another problem I just kind of like have with religion in general, especially like ones where there's like a forgive and forget consequences. You can just like sin whenever you want, and then you can just kind of be quote unquote forgiven if you just like go into like a forgive booth, but then you can go back and be evil again. and like kind of abuse that. And it's like, yeah, what the fuck? All animals regardless, so people don't just have that privilege to start off with either. Like, we're inferior to animals. All animals go into heaven no matter what. And we're not, we don't have equal opportunity. There's no evil dogs, no evil, like, sharks or whatever. So in other words, we're disadvantaged because we're born as a human. But at the same time, how the hell are animals supposed to know what good and bad are? So, what the concepts of good and bad are. And I thought you just said that animals are guaranteed to go to heaven no matter what. It is what it is. Also, another thing is people like hyper focus on what happens after our lives, but no one ever focuses on what happened before our lives started. Like, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same, right? We're just not gonna exist on this plane anymore. And we used to not as well. Like, where were we like 50 years ago? You know what I mean? Or 100 years ago? We just didn't exist. I'm going to regret not living with a god. I don't know about that. Also, how do you know that this guy even is a he? Like, why can how are we just like able to assume that this guy is a he? Could be a she. Could be an it, right? God is always referred to as a he. It's like how do you know? Have you seen his dick? Have you touched it? I don't know. Where did that come from? I don't know. It just sounds like the guy who created the concept of God had a lot of free time on his hands, to me. And to me, it just sounds like whoever came up with the concept of God in the first place was trying to manipulate other people into doing what they wanted them to do. That's just my interpretation of it. Because otherwise, how did people even know of the existence in the first place? I mean, it's not like he just like spawned a book somewhere in the middle of like the desert or something. And then some guy like stumbled upon it. Yeah, it sounds like you're able to like describe like his like exact voice or something like that, despite you probably never even physically seeing him. People wrote down? Yeah, what if they lied about that though? What if they just did that to fuck with people? I don't know. You doubt they'd be lying? People lie. That clearly did show, like, you know, they had the whole magic, mathematical proof laid out and all of that. If I won the lottery, though, wouldn't that also be a miracle? It just sounds like advanced RNG, I don't know. Yeah, sounds like a dream. I have visions like when I sleep, right? I have visions all the time of just me living different lives and stuff like that. I mean, people can also daydream. You can be awake to still have some sort of dream. People also do experience mirages in the desert when it's particularly hot out. Am I not, though? I don't know. Just like whenever I hear people like talk about God, I like stop to think of my like just for a second, and I'm like, are they trolling? That's just my opinion of the whole concept of God. Because every time I hear about it, it just sounds absolutely ridiculous. Like, absolutely not believable. It genuinely sounds like makeup or made up, and sounds like trolling. Help me live my life to the fullest. What did he do to me recently? I don't think I've experienced anything from them or whatever pronouns they have. Yeah, pretty much. Like, for example, I haven't been sick in 7 years. Is that like a miracle from God? I don't think it is. It's just, I guess I have like good practices or something. I don't have to believe in a God to be happy, to experience happiness. I've been doing just fine. How I've been doing. It's like the same thing for me for disproving like the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus, right? Like the same thing goes with God. How is God any different than the other two I just mentioned? Like, I don't know. And even then, I don't need to meditate to be fun either. Like, people can do whatever like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be, like, a certain religion, it's just, I am 100% uninterested in doing whatever, and I just find it, like, kind of dumb. And a waste of time, honestly. Well, that's just my own opinion. I mean, if it helps you sleep at night, you can believe in whatever you want to believe in. That's my opinion. I don't have a top 10 command. And honestly, in my opinion, I think it's optimal that I don't believe in one because I don't have to waste my time to go out of my way to do that. I can just already have that benefit without doing anything. Does he though? Like, again, he, quote unquote, I don't think it gives anyone meaning because, like, I've had my own meaning for life. Okay, I'm just here to have fun. That's my meaning of life. I think the point of life is to optimize funness. I think that's overall like what life's about. We don't know why we're here, and some being from the sky did not give us anything to be here. We just do what we want to do, I guess. I don't know. Everyone has their own goals in life, right? And no one told us to do that. We told us to do that. Our own individual selves. I'm like the control group because like I don't believe in anything, right? Yeah, the goal, like if we were to quantify like in some manner um what the point of life is, I think it's like every second we're having fun, that's plus one, okay? And our goal is to maximize that value from a mathematical standpoint, right? Like if we're slaving away, working a job that we hate for 60 years, is that really a life to live? Yeah, but if you cut out the whole God part, it's pretty much the same thing, right? Like if you were to remove that sentence, that would have the same meaning. Oh, so he got botted. It's okay, it's only 20 seconds. I have free will and no one granted me that. I have my own free will because I have my own free will. No one told me to not have free will. Yeah. Like I said, honestly, we're just here to have fun. And again, everyone has their own versions of what they define fun. Another non-universal thing. It's all relative. Me, if I want to just like drink a couple beers and talk to strangers on the internet while subconsciously playing a video game, you know, that's plus fun points for me, right? If I make money off of it too, hell, that's even more fun points. We'll go with that. Yeah, I had a friend who was in I think like a Christian elementary school though, and they told that person to like sit on the corner of their seats so that they could leave room for Jesus, and that's honestly like the dumbest thing I ever heard. And then they ended up transferring to a regular junior high after that, and even they thought that was stupid. Like, if God's telling you what's good and bad, is that even your own free will at that point? Which is contradictory to the whole thing of being granted free will. Maybe, I don't know. Like I said, if people need it, like, sure, I guess, if it helps them sleep at night, but other people, they don't need it. Like, I don't need it at all. But what does kind of, what is kind of genuinely annoying is when Christians or whatever religion say that they're like morally superior because they believe in such a being. It's like, what the fuck? No, you're not. Like, they think they're all high and mighty, you know what I mean? Yeah, in fact, people fucking started wars because of religion. I think in that sense, not having a religion is superior. Because we don't fight over stupid shit like that. Like, heck, the Crusades, remember that? Imagine killing someone for no reason. Sounds fucking stupid to me. Aren't most wars started from some sort of religion, religious conflict? In some sort of way? Like, even World War II, if you think about it. I don't know, sounds like if you removed, religion from the picture, a lot more people would probably be alive. Yeah. Well, the whole concept of World War II to like the most uh, core concept is, my religion better than yours. In that case, uh, Nazis versus Jews. Although I wouldn't say Nazism is like a religion or anything specifically, but you know what I mean. It's more of like an ethno religion or whatever that is. That said, I'm technically ethno, religiously Jewish. Or I mean, I'm ethnically that, not religiously. Because apparently my mother is that, so that makes me that, right? Or something. That's how that works. Yeah. I would say I'm technically on the fence of like anti-religion and atheism. Like, I just fucking hate religion that much. But I won't like, attack people or hurt people because of it. I just find the concept dumb. That's it. So I'm a little bit above the step of like atheism. In terms of not believing in stuff. Like, I outright think it's just dumb that people believe in religion just a little bit. But it's not like I'm gonna like hurt someone over it, right? I just think I don't know. People just need to use their brains. That's it. And it might sound like insulting, but you know, I'm just a I don't know what the word is. Yeah. I'd rather people don't get hurt. Is my whole point. Oh, there's something that can easily be prevented. When people say they've had visions, for example, I genuinely think they're trolling because, like, what? It sounds like you made that shit up. Yeah, like I said, I mean, brains can cause mirages too. And in terms of like Jesus, like to me it sounds like either he was a regular human being or didn't even exist at all. That's my opinion of that. If he ever did exist, he was just a regular person with no special powers. Yeah, exactly why. I don't know. Shit was probably boring back then. They probably need to make some stories up because they didn't have like the internet back then. What else were people gonna do back then? Honestly, it sounds like they tried to like glorify a person to like put fear into like other communities besides their own to make their community sound superior. That they had someone that could just like do these magical things. That's probably what happened back then, honestly. You know, they were probably like arguing over like resources or something like that, so they needed to make someone superior and dupe them into doing whatever they wanted them to do. So some equivalent of an English major in the year 81 or whatever probably wrote some book and that came up to turn out to be the Bible at some point. or like creative writing person. I don't know. And then someone in Italy wanted to use a lot of power to get their own like country. Uh, that's an enclave in Italy, and that's how the Vatican became a thing. Probably both. The fooler or the fool is, you know, equivalent to that statement. Who do we blame, the fooler or the fool that believed in it? One's manipulative and one's dumb. I mean, both are bad, right? But yeah, whenever like people talk about religion to me, like and try to convince me to like see their way, there is a 0% chance, like an absolute 0% chance, that I will ever like convert. So I don't know why people try. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm able to say things like, "Hey, what if I'm gone this whole time? Can you disprove that? Like, what makes your like miracle valid and me not being God invalid, right? You prove and disprove those following things. What if I'm just God? I like, who said I'm not God, right? Yeah. Yeah, to all the people who say, can you disprove that there's not a God? To that, I say, can you disprove that I'm not your God? Which is always funny to see them try to do. Yeah. Are there many people religious where I live? When I lived in Seattle, not so much. But now that I live in Phoenix, a little bit more, but, yeah. But yeah, I pretty much grew up in Seattle, so I didn't really have to deal with religion all that often. Pretty sure more people didn't believe in a god where I lived than did. Especially at my age. Okay, one second, I'm gonna make these pizza rolls that I have had in my lap for the past hour. One sec. Okay, we're good. It's in the oven, I mean, microwave cooking. People in your class mostly believe that there is something out there, but you have no idea what it could be, or but have no idea what it could be. Yeah, but like, why? Question, they don't know either because the universe is so big. I think there just has to be something up there. Yeah, but why does there have to be something up there? There doesn't have to be anything up there. What we do know is that science do be crazy and we don't understand everything about science, but that doesn't mean the alternative should be some being, uh, that has judgment, is automatically the answer for that alternative. Dude, I could beat God in an arm wrestling contest. I'm not even that strong. Dude, ask them if it weren't so awkward to ask them. Yeah. Oh, you got botted. Yeah. It's not that they think it's awkward. I think it's just they don't want to offend anyone. But I don't know. Sometimes it's good to offend people just so that, like, I don't know, they see multiple points of views. Because it sounds like being atheist is like, all evil, like to a Christian. Well, it's like, dude, it's just another point of view. It's like unfathomable to them, like that atheism is a thing. But yeah, I mean, to them, my viewpoint sounds like a joke to them, and to them, their viewpoint sounds like a joke to me. So it's like I don't know. But I do like to like point fun at them whenever they do use their viewpoints, just because of how fucking stupid it sounds. I don't have to be open. That implies me accepting religion as something logical. Like I said, if people, if people need it to sleep at night, that's up to them. But you know, like for example, I'm pretty sure every other religion makes fun of like Scientology, for example. But like to me, just all religions sound like Scientology, in its level of ridiculousness. It's just, I guess they're a little bit more efficient in scamming other people. Also, often when religion is involved, there's often money involved too. Speaking of which, well, I don't know. It just sounds like a whole entire scam to me. A justification to give money to someone for no reason sounds like what religion is to me. I mean, you could just do that in this channel, honestly. But at least I'm more upfront about it. You could just give money to me, and then I could use that to improve my life, I guess. Well, I'm gonna be honest about it at the very least. So yes, come now to the Church of Steve's and rejoice and give me money. That's what I have to say. Yup. Yeah, I recently watched this Moist Critical thing about like this extremely corrupt pastor who is just like delusional and just like scamming people of his religion, and it was like so pretentious. He was like at the point where he was like, uh, he couldn't fly with normal citizens because they thought they were demons or something like that, and those are the same people that give him money. Which is why he has a private jet now. It's like, what the fuck? You give me a private jet, I'll at least be more honest about it. Well, yeah, those are the ones that benefit the most from getting money. And again, it's 5:45 in the morning for you? Hell yeah. That's 3:45 in the morning for me. They did so much sexual abuse in Belgium just for religion. It's kind of messed up. 11:47. That's the middle of the night here. This is when I stream. I get the morning people from EU, and I get the degens from NA, and the people who are about to go to sleep for AU, I guess. In the east coast of the US. Nice. Yeah, I'm in the heckin' desert. And sexual abuse because they, you don't know if they're immoral people thinking about themselves. They also do that shit. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty common that, like, you know, priests have, like, their way with, like, young boys or something like that. Like, isn't that, like, a common thing or something stupid like that? Something disgusting like that? Too many pedophile priests. Yeah, what's with believing in God and being a priest and liking young boys? Like, what's what's going on there? Thankfully, there's no atheist priests, so there's no atheists, like, well, I mean, there might be atheists abusing young boys, but it's not because of their religion at that point. An Undertale song and electric guitar playing? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like how the word radical has like 3 different meanings. There's like, you know, extremist, you know, that radical. There's you know, whatever the hell the mathematical term for radical is, like, you know, crazy number with like non-repeating decimal or something like that. Actually, I don't remember if that's irrational or radical. And then radical also is a synonym for cool. So it is really funny when you hear like right-wing politicians call someone like a radical leftist, because it sounds like they're calling them someone who's cool. The radical left. In my mind, all I can think of is some left-wing guy with a skateboard and sunglasses. Oh, this is kind of an annoying course. There we go. How long does it take me to get 100,000 clears? Well, I mean, my first 100,000 took me, I don't know. I think I did it between the game coming out in like January or February of 2020. And I haven't really kept track of that since then, but I'm pretty sure you can find the timestamps of when each 100,000 happened in my, whatever you call it, my VODs. But yeah, I have 160,000 to go, so it's probably going to take me about a year. Maybe. We'll see. I just want to be rank 1 forever. That's my goal. I mean, even if I hit 1 mil, I mean, clearing levels makes me money somehow from ads and all that good stuff. So, there's no reason to stop when I hit 1 mil. I always feel motivated. Yeah, money does is a pretty good motivator, especially when I get raided. You know, an order raid gives me like $300, $400. Yeah, I won't talk specifically about like how much I make overall, but I will say that yeah, like I just said, a good aura raid can get me like 300 to 400 bucks in a single stream, so it's not all that bad. assuming I am spamming ads every 12 minutes. You think you can earn some money from just grinding world records on popular levels? What do you mean by that? Like, by streaming? Obviously, you have to stream to make the money. You can't just make the money without streaming. I don't know. There's more than one reason why I attract the attention that I do, and it's not just for me clearing a bunch of levels. Like, I additionally am a data engineer slash scientist, and I help other people out that are, you know, high up streamers, like, you know, for example, Raisefire and DGR and all those guys, and they get me attention, and in turn that makes me money because of that. Like, Raise directly, like, raids me frequently because of the work I've done for him. So, yeah, always good to have a backup talent, you know, on top of what you do. Yeah, if I didn't have, like, the mathematical and computer sciencey background that I do have, I don't know if I'd nearly have any money at all from this. But it does help that I'm a rank 1 in the game, because that gives me additional attention and some form of authority, I suppose. Because at the same time, if I didn't have the rank 1, I don't think I would garner the attention to be able to, like, display my math and CS skills. So you need both. Or maybe I could get away with the CS stuff and math stuff if I didn't have that, but it would be a lot harder to do, I think. The rank 1 is an attention grabber, so I'd use that to my advantage. The stuff I do hard to learn, I mean, I went to school for like 5 years for it. So it depends on if you're good at picking up that sort of talent or not. Or into languages. I know a very small amount of Japanese, and I also learned like a small amount of Spanish in college. I mean, not college, high school. It's even farther away. I didn't take a class or anything for Japanese. I just learned it from playing Mario Maker enough, and was incentivized to pick up what katakana is, which is basically just broken English. All you need to do is like learn the symbols, and then you literally like know how to like say things. Like, for example, if I find a course, you just pronounce what the symbols are, and that's it. You don't have to do any translation, and that's literally katakana. That's like 1/3 of the Japanese stuff that you need to know. And there's also hiragana, which is their actual part of their language, unique to them. But katakana is literally just broken English, so you can say it out loud and it will resemble English words. So pretty easy to pick up. Yeah, you just memorize the symbols. That's it. I haven't encountered a Japanese level yet, so I can't do that. Yeah, there are 3 different alphabets, but katakana is the easiest for English learners because it's literally just broken English. Like, for example, su, to, re, su is a very common thing for 3D World levels from Japanese players, and it means stress. Su, to, re, su is just stress. Those 4 symbols. So, like I said, broken English. You know you have interest in that. I've given you a reason to learn Japanese now? Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard. You just memorize the symbols for at least the katakana part. And then, right then and there, you just learned a third of the language. I think the same is said with, like, Korean as well. Languages that I speak, just English. And any computer programming language, if that counts, but probably doesn't in terms of your interpretation of language. I can speak Java. C#. Oh, well, yeah, in that case, then yeah, those that I just mentioned, Python, C. I wouldn't say I could speak those languages. I mean, it's just English, but, like, code. It's code. Like, it has the words int in it, for example, or char. You're not interested? No. You're lost, I guess. Like to know it, not learn it. It's not that bad, honestly. If you take like an intro course, I feel like an intro course is easier than most math classes. And you get a lot out of it too. Like programming is like low key, like extremely useful, especially in this century. You would take it? Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you ever go to like a college or something, yeah, just like do whatever programming 101 course they have to offer, even if it's like as an elective. There a video that says what programming is precisely? Not really. Like a definitive like video on YouTube. You can probably find something somewhere, but like, if, for example, let's say I want to write a very brief program. Hold on, let me open up my editor, and I can do this in like 2 seconds. Hold on, as long as I open up my thing. But here's usually the first like Java program that people write. Hold on, let me do this real quick. I'll do it after this level, but I can write this literally within the time between this level and the next level. Strings and args. System.out. That print on hello world. This is literally the first program that people will ever make ever. Like right here. Hold on, I just typed it. I use Java a lot, so I'd probably be biased and say Java, and that was literally written in Java. You copy paste that and put that into a text editor, like, you know, Notepad, and it'll probably make more sense. But yeah, that is the first program that people write. It looks a lot messier when you don't use that. You could probably Google search exactly what I typed, and you could find it looks a lot cleaner. So like you copy paste that and you put that into Google, and it'll give you a much more cleaner looking format of what I just typed. And you go into like images or something like that, like Google Images. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Hold on. Wait. Open image in new tab. Oh, why is this so long? I can't post it. I'm trying to like post this image. It looks a lot more simple than like when it looks in like in the right format. When it's all lined. Let's see, open a new tab. Okay, yeah, this one works. This is literally what I typed. Hold on. Except with a different named class. So, like, public class hello in this example, the hello is just the name of the program. That's what and then public static void main is basically where the entry point of the program is. And then the system.out.println hello world is just a way to print out print out the word hello world. Like like the program will result in the program just saying hello world to you. Like the output is just this. That's the output. That's all that is. It will post that in like a text thing. That's the basis of the entire program. That's exactly what I just typed and what it does. It will be contained in this example in the thing I posted. It will be contained in a file called hello.java. That's just what the class means. It's easy to understand programming because you don't understand something, you cannot do it. And you just look at it like a tutorial, honestly. All you need to do is like download like JGrasp or something. That's like a beginner. It's called JGrasp. That's like a beginner Java text editor for yeah, that language. And then you can actually write programs and then compile it and all that good stuff. Every time you want to like or every time you change your code, you basically have to do something called compiling, which is just you press a button and it will make sure that the code can actually run, and it will check for errors, and you can't run it if there's errors, so then you just fix the errors. It's called debugging. And once you have no errors, then you can run it, and hopefully runtime you won't get any errors either. Which sounds confusing because you just check for errors, right? But that's pre-runtime stuff. Post-runtime stuff is has its own set of errors that could happen, like exception handling, for example. Which I know sounds confusing, but I don't know. It's more intuitive once you learn more about it. It's a whole tutorial. Oh wait, what? I said look up a tutorial, but no, download JGrasp, which is uh, a thing you can use to run a program. Honestly, you can just use Notepad if you're experienced enough, but I wouldn't recommend it. Like, you know, Notepad, the thing that you automatically have when you like have like any Windows computer or whatever. You also need to download Java in general, I think, before you can even run a program. So there's some prerequisites, and I would also recommend looking that up. But it's not like that bad. Like it's usually like a at most like 10 to 15 minutes setup. And there you go. It shouldn't be too bad, honestly. Like, you'll learn the basics, you'll learn how, like, integers work, which is basically just as it, like, that's probably one of the first things you learn. It's just numbers, like whole numbers. That's what an integer literally is, and not programming. So that's what it is in programming as well. And how to, like, save, like, that you know, that's called a variable at that point if you can change it and all that good stuff. You can find out how to manipulate, like, stuff like that. At some point, you'll probably be asked to make the most bare bones calculator ever that just says, like, addition or something like that. But yeah, you can also do things with things called strings, which is basically like words or sentences, you know, a collection of characters. And some advanced things you can, well, I mean, quote unquote advanced things you can do with strings is like find the third character of this. I mean, yeah, third character of the string. Like, for example, in the string "Hello World," your third character would be an L, stuff like that. That's what index it is. In my first, like, programming class, actually no, my first one I went to an actual university. I had to learn how to make a Sudoku solver. Grasshopper? I've never heard of it before. Oh no, I took an actual class, so I guess I never needed to use it. But yeah, Java is a solid first language that people learn. Also, people might use Python as well. I think Python's too, like, simple. There's like a trade-off between simpleness and complexity in terms of, like, stuff you can actually do. Obviously, the more complex, the more, like, stuff you can do with something. And Python, I think, is like too easy or too not complex. this also limits what you can do with it, kind of, a little bit. But Java is like the perfect medium. C is the extreme, though, on the other hand. Or C is just like annoying to deal with. But I think you can do a lot with C. So that's why there's like different languages. Yep. And C Sharp is like very similar to Java. Like I'd say like at least like 95% similar to Java. Just with some differences. Well, there you go. Yeah, if you go back to the slide I showed, the whole system.out.println thing is just basically, it's calling a function, right? And the function is, hey, print this thing within the parenthesis, which is just hello world, right? The thing you actually want to print, but you need the quotation marks because it's a string. And then the semicolon is basically the equivalent to like a sentence ender in English, like, you know, using a period. You have to have the semicolon. But yeah, public class hello from that slide is just like, you know, you're using a file called hello.java. That's basically what that's about. It's the outermost bracket thing, and within the outermost brackets is public static void main string args. And that sounds like a jumble of stuff, but it's just basically, in other words, it's your entry point of the program. That's what main is. Which means it's going to run system.out.println hello world. If you removed system.out.println, then you still have a functioning program. It just wouldn't do anything. If you remove the other stuff, though, you wouldn't even have a functioning program. Is it comparable to Scratch? I don't know what Scratch is. I am not familiar, so I wouldn't know. I'll have to pee after this next level. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. Okay, I'm back. What was the hardest part of programming to learn? Is there a particularly harder part about it even? Well, I guess you just start doing like more advanced stuff. I guess the hardest part was like doing fucking assembly bullshit, probably for me. But you won't ever be expected to learn that at a like first year level. Like we had to do something called the Bomb Lab, for example. I wouldn't say that's the hardest program I've ever done, but it certainly is up there. And the Bomb Lab is we had to decode a bomb, but we had to like input assembly instructions to prevent it from going off. And assembly is basically how your computer like kind of runs in the first place. So it's like a whole like tier up from actual programming. Yeah. Was it you who mentioned something about a Rubik's Cube earlier? Because I literally coded a Rubik's Cube solver using programming, using Java. So it can input any state, and it will always solve the cube. Instantly. Yeah. Like it will like you run the program and it will instantly give you the set of instructions to solve the cube. So 0.001 seconds, I guess. Here, I can see if I can find the program that I wrote. Hold on, give me a second. So if you want an example of a more advanced program, let's see. Is it in my repos? I don't think I have it on this. Let's see. No, I didn't. I don't have it on this profile, but I can like share it later, I guess. I do have a blackjack simulator, though. I mean, that's another instance of just programming logic and stuff like that. Like, for example, if you just look at this file, this is what a blackjack simulator looks like. Yeah, I guess my other one is on my private GitHub, but this is on my public GitHub. The cube is on my private one. So as you can see, you can find public class, and as you can see, it mimics what it says. So public class blackjack 21. is in a file contained blackjack21.java. And you scroll down, and you get to the part where it says public static void main string args a couple of lines down, like on line 24. Remember that line? Yeah, that's your entry point for your program. Like the first lines of code that it actually reads are like there. And it reminds you of Excel with the suggested actions it can do. Yeah, I mean, coding, it just reads from top to bottom, basically, but it does start in main, and then it will jump around to a function, wherever you put in that function. And a function is just like, you know where it says, like, public void, insert whatever, blah blah blah. So basically, it'll jump to that line when it reaches that. And then you have while loops and stuff like that, and for loops, which is just continuously run this line over and over and over again, or whatever is contained in the brackets over and over and over again until a condition is met. And that's kind of how my cube works as well. Just a bunch of while loop stuff. While not in this state, keep doing what it needs to do to get to that state, basically. I'm trying to find a very basic program that I wrote, one with not a lot of lines. This one might not have a lot of lines, hold on. Yeah, the versus formula might be a little bit more digestible. This one's just kind of like math. Just a platform where you make and share coded projects, exactly. It's kind of like a portfolio you can kind of like make for all your stuff that you've made. When you're in like coding school, you'll be required to know what GitHub is, because sometimes they'll just take a look at your GitHub. And that can be your submission. Yeah, so this is a versus formula in for this game, for Mario Maker 2. And yeah, you'll see the system.out.println lines on like line 11, line 15, line 19. By now you should know what it does. It will just, you know, put in chat basically, or the equivalent of putting in chat, like, you know, for example, like Twitch chat, the thing that needs to be said. That's what that does. It would just output a line of text. And then you have the conditionals, like if score.length is equal to 2. So that's exactly how it sounds. Like if the length of the score is 2, exactly, then do that line. If it's not, then don't do that line. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad to learn, honestly. Like, sure, there's a small learning curve at the beginning, but once you get into it, then it's just like, it's super helpful. But yeah, I write programs like all the time. And you look like a badass when you do it. When you have coding knowledge. If you scroll down to like line 27, for example, it'll say like int yr equals score 0. If I broke that down, I'm basically declaring, so like you have to like say what, or like introduce the variable. That's what a declaration is. And from any line below that line, you know, you can use that variable. So int yr, I called the variable yr. Yr is just the name of the variable, but int is the data type. So that means it's like an integer. It's a whole number. Equals scores, and then in brackets 0, which is just when we get to arrays. Arrays is just the first. Like scores 0 means the first value of an array, and an array is like a list of values. So you're activating like index 0, which is the first index in the array. It goes, you know, index 0 and then index 1 and then index 2 and then dot 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 all the way until however many parts of the array there is, or that you declared. So I'm using the array that I declared the name of scores and then the first part of the list, basically, of that specific thing. And if you go back up to line 7, then you can see what I did with scores and how I declared it, and it would be the 4,000. That would be index 0. So the 4,000 would be index 0. The 5,000 would be index 1. The 6,000 would be index 2. And the 7,000 would be index 3. So it's a 4-indexed array that goes from 0 to 3. That's what that means. And the actual values are 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, but the index is where it's stored. If you see double slashes before a line, that means that line is not included and is just there in writing. So it means I commented it out, and it will not activate when the code is run. So that's why line 5 and 6 will not be done. Yeah, it works out pretty well. But yeah, you can do a bunch of math shit, which is basically what this program is with it. And then index manipulation is how I made my cube solving simulator. How do you run a program? Well, like I said, you need to download the like text editor like JGrasp, which is a Java environment. And then you have to compile it, and then you run it. That's not too bad. That whole program, though, basically, if you look elsewhere in the GitHub while this level is running, it's basically doing this. Which might look a little bit complex, but it's not too bad. It's just the piecewise formula. That's what the entire program's doing. So, like I said, you can turn your program into just a big old calculator based on what your values are. No, I physically just wrote out the formula so people could understand what the formula is. The code, you don't need to write out the PDF that I wrote. But conceptually, I added it anyway. Like, if you know how to do 2 plus 2, you don't need to write an entire PDF on it. I wrote the code without keeping the mathematical things in mind. Now, you do still need to know what you're doing with the math. But you don't, like, writing a PDF is not a requirement to write code. But I wrote out the PDF just so people could understand at least a little bit what was going on with the actual math involved. Oh, this is just the game itself. This is, this was Mario Maker 2's just code. I don't know who decided to make this the actual formula, but yeah. It's fair. I mean, it is kind of overwhelming at first, but once you know it, you know it. Do I have autism? No, not really. You don't have to have autism to be a coder. Everyone you know here has autism and is into PCs and stuff, and it's known that autistic people find programming not as hard. I mean, you can just be smart too as well. Just in general. It does help to just have a math background going into programming. So if you know a lot about math and do well with math courses, you'll probably have an easy time doing programming. It's not required to know math, but it is expected that you like take like I think up to like Calc 2 plus like some intro to stats class or something, and like linear algebra. You know, matrix math. I mean, I got my degree in both math and computer science. I double majored, and I also got a minor in physics. So I kind of went hard. Oh, trig? I mean, you don't really deal with trig after, like, pre-calc all that much. Like, they tell you the derivatives of trig, but it's not the same thing as learning trig itself. When you get to, like, calc 1. Like, for example, the derivative of sine is cosine, and that's all you need to know. They don't expect you to, like, calculate triangles or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, it's just like geometry, I guess. What's interesting about coding is you'll be doing a lot of looking up shit. Like, you will probably won't know how to do everything immediately, so it's just like building blocks, and like, you know, putting together the building blocks, and then eventually, you make, you know, your entire building. And that's how programming works. Or also like a recipe in cooking. It's like you need your ingredients, and then all the stuff, you know, going together, you make your food with that. Gonna play some piano, nice. Oh, here, if you want to run a program, hold on. Let's go to this website. Try this out real quick. This is how to run a very quick program without even having to install anything. This is how to run one of my programs, actually. So all you need to do is like go to the website, and then you click the execute button at the bottom, and then it'll say JDoodle in action running the program, and then boom, it'll tell you like it'll give you a random level, for example, and its index and level ID, and then it'll give you like two things, two websites, and you can click them or copy paste them into like a URL or something, and then you run it again and it'll give you a different result. So that's exactly what the program does. So that's what running a program is like. So yeah, technically I guess you could just use this if you wanted to, until you get into more advanced stuff, where this will not be sufficient. But yeah, as you can see, line 20, or line 18, and then 19, and then 20 all deals with like outputting the actual stuff that I calculated. And you can see my main, you know, my entry point of the program, it just says generate, and generate will skip down to line 13, or it will do it the method generate. And basically it does the sequence of stuff uh, from top to bottom of that method, which is, you know, the random thing, and then the int n and string a and string message, blah blah blah. Although first, you know, the string a equals data to ID, it goes to that method, it goes to wherever that is. Oh yeah, which is line 23. So yeah, everything just goes in order. And when I call methods, it just jumps to other parts of the code. And you want to have these, like, you know, separated. You can't just have everything running in one method, or like if you try to like if you want to do something multiple times, it's very inconvenient to do it each and every time. So that's why it's important to separate things into methods. Yep.
Alright, I'll be back in a bit.